Hello, Mr. Kitty Whiskers. Thank you, sir. I need it. Yeah, I need a lot of luck. I got a bite as soon as I threw out there, but it's a little old bitty one. I don't know. I never fished here before. Skipjack. That's about the only thing I use. I'm fishing the Mississippi River about 35, 40 miles south of Greenville, Mississippi. And the only thing I use is skipjack. If I can't get skipjack or shad, I stay at home. Look, I got to run back to the truck to get my charging card. I'll be gone 2 minutes, maybe. Yeah, this is about the best spot I ever tried to fish from the bank. Jersey. Carter, hello. Where are we at? All right, we're about, well, we're exactly 50 river miles south of Greenville, Mississippi, on the Mississippi River. It's exactly 50 miles south of Greenville, Mississippi. River miles now, river miles. About halfway between Greenville, Mississippi and Vicksburg, Mississippi. On the Mississippi bank. All right, let me plug this telephone in without messing everything up. There it is. Put this in and hope we're charging. So all I can do is hope. Because I sure don't know. My phone's already hot. Charged up. Shouldn't be charging though. Oh man. Nice and cloudy this morning. Yeah, I'm a long way from you, Jersey. Too many people up there for me. I used to work for a company that was the headquarters was in Somerset, New Jersey. I used to have to go up there once or twice a year. Lord have mercy at the people. And the worst part of it was the cab drivers up there that didn't speak English. I fly into Newark, and they had a cab stand. They had a enclosed area out there where with each taxi company or the airport I really don't know who she was, but you went up there and told her where you wanted to go, and she drew a map on a piece of paper, a form there, and gave it to the driver. And then you got in the cab and left. Hey, Martin. I knew I was a long way from Mississippi when that happened. I said, let me get back home. On the live feed, some said it's close to okay. And I'm heading south. There you go. Well, welcome, Jersey. Come on down, man. Can y'all see this big swirl eddy out here on the camera? I don't know if the camera shows it up, but we're facing kind of north, I guess. I really don't know. This river's so crooked. Maybe facing east. I think we're facing east here. But can y'all see the swirl current out there in the river? Way out there, you know, a couple, 200 or 300 yards of the river, the water running to the right to left, and right here in front of me, it's running left to right. It's a big swirl right out here. The first time I've ever been here. First time I've ever fished it. I've been here 1,000 times, but I never fished from the bank here. Used to put a boat in here. 3B, there's my buddy. 3B, I'm gonna spin you around and show you something. I know I'm not gonna catch any fish. It's gonna be impossible to catch fish here, but I'm gonna do this. I want y'all to see this. I'm gonna just swirl you around. Do y'all see my truck sitting right there? Y'all see my truck sitting there? Somebody say yes or no. There's no way to catch a fish when it's this convenient. And got signal too? No way. Hey, Chunky. This sure is some pretty water right here. This big old back eddy. Slow moving. I know it's some bait fishing here as I've seen them flopping. I don't know. This is one of these places you dream about finding. Sand bank, asphalt. Already had one little bite. It's raining. I don't know how I get so lucky. I'm probably gonna get knocked in the head when I get home. Got a shower that's not working, and the ballast's been out in the kitchen light for a week now, and I'm sitting on the riverbank fishing. You just got to get your priorities straight. That's all. If I could convince my wife of that, I'd have it made. I mean, we got flashlights at home. We don't cook that much anymore, so kitchen ain't that important. We got a light in the refrigerator and the microwave. We make instant coffee, so I mean, we don't need to be able to see how to make coffee hardly. It's all about priorities. Yeah. Well, that's we don't have a whole lot of bank access to the Mississippi River down here. It's all private. And I'm sorry I was late getting back to you. I just now saw your post, but it's real. Well, I got old legs, real old legs, so I don't ever get too far from the truck. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, you get to go fishing a lot. Pretty rainbow down the river there. One end of it. I don't see the other end. Mm. Tell you what, if this temperature today does what the weatherman says, I'm gonna be shucking clothes here for long. I ain't supposed to get up in the 70s. I wish it'd stay like it is right now. Hey, Jersey, uh, cattle. I've said this before. I hadn't. You probably never heard me say it though, but I've been married 52 years, going on 53, and I didn't know what happiness was until I got married. Then it was too damn late. Hey, Big Slim. Lance. Yeah, that old dirty word. That old 4-letter dirty word. My wife still gets up and goes to work every morning. She been teaching school. This is her 53rd year. "32 years myself." There you go. Well, congratulations. That's a long time. In this day and time, it seems like an eternity. Boy, that's a big old southbound coming. I don't know if it's on the camera yet or not. Woo, he's big. That's going to be one of the biggest loads you'll ever see go down this river. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 wide. 5, I think he's 5 long, 7 wide. That's 35 loads, boy. And each one of those barges holds 60 trailer truck loads. So 35 times 60. Tell you how many trailer trucks loads of whatever is on that barge, on that one tow right there. Let me run back up here and get my glasses. Oh, let's see. Hey, Skull Rush. I had to run to the truck. That's the reason I was a little slow answering you. I realized I couldn't see. I need my glasses on. Scott Rush, you at work? Oh, I need my binoculars. That may be 8 wide. Hard to tell. He's 7 or 8.
Size, Dina. What you got to today? God, I'm waiting on this McManus right now. I think I can probably get up to the below the grain dock before you get here. I should be able to. If not, I'll just get way down deep in the bend. Okay. I'm right here at Skipwith now.
He ain't gonna get it. He ain't gonna get up to that grain dock. Cause I'm looking at that southbound.
Yeah, I ain't gonna make it. Never mind. 10 for you.
Oh, that's big old.
Stand by on it. Like probably. Sure, I sure don't. I ain't been in there so long.
Yeah, that old boy got low.
I'm on 6.
Well, I got to start shucking clothes. Sunday, let's see, this is Tuesday. Sunday I fished 5 hours and 45 minutes. And one towboat came by. I pulled in here at 8:30 this morning. And that's the third one I think that's come by. Yeah, that's the third one. And there's another one coming down right up there in front of, behind this one, and there's one coming up behind it, in front of it. That's strange how they work. Some days you sit there all day and hardly see a towboat, and then some days they're just one behind the other. Three B, if I wasn't so ignorant, I'd bring you up on here and let you narrate this thing. But if I start trying all that add on, it ain't no telling how bad it'll be. And if I don't have if I don't have volume like I did the last time, that'll be even more messed up. There's a bite. These little fish drive me nuts. I'm about ready for one to come by and try to take it. Oh, what'd I do? Lose signal? There he is. Tap, tap. One pole. Oh, no. No, Skull Rush, you can have as many as you want, far as I know. I just only fish one pole. Sometimes two. I have fished 5. I'm just lazy. And I'm not bait rich. If I was bait rich, I might have about a couple more, at least one more. I never have fished very many poles. Hey, CP, my old buddy, I got a bunch of nibbles. I wish you were here. Old Sam hooked me up Saturday. I got something good, man. I didn't get but I, I think it's a pint. It might be a quart, but it's worth it's worth having. Don't say no more. Okay. How many deer have you killed? Whereas mine, as good as this stuff is, you're gonna have to get in your back pocket to get yours. You know all those flavors that we like? Well, this is coconut. It's milky colored. 84 proof. 3B, don't call him Chuck. When he had a little money, he called himself Chuck. He broke as a run over snake. Now I call him CP. Well, they may have on some of these state lakes and things, Skull Rush. They may have some kind of rod limit, but I never heard of such on the Mississippi River. Hey, you could be right. I don't know. I'm doing good, man. I'm sitting on the riverbank about 30 feet from my truck. A good sandy bank. Never fished here before. Easy to get to. Sitting on good level ground. Got a big back eddy here. All I need now is a decent sized fish to strike up instead of these little old hustlers. I didn't think it was CP. There's a pull down. There's some fish in this hole. I'm going to have to go back and look at the video, but that looked like a little old pull down. It didn't act like a baby fish. Like I said, there's no way that this could be a good fishing hole. It's just no way. Drive right to it, walk 30 steps, cast out twice and didn't get hung either time.
Got 4 big loads. Come on up on the right. Got 2 of us.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's the weight rolled a little bit. Pretty stiff back current right here. I don't know if you can see it, CP, or not, but man, it's a pretty place. In the summertime, I bet it's a flathead in here that you'd have to pull out with a truck bumper. This is at Stacked Water. It's I'm gonna say a mile and a half up there, straight up the river, and it comes in here and it's stacked against. It's a big old. I don't know what you call it. A big old peninsula sticks out in the river. I'll spin this camera and let you kind of look at it. That ought to be the bank around there, but it comes around here and comes in here pretty good. I can't see the glare now. I can't see what the camera's showing. Oh yeah, that is. Let me tilt it down a little bit. But it ought to be some fish laying right here with this rise coming. Ought to be. But the only thing, I think it must be a fairly smooth bottom out there because it way to roll every once in a while. Or move anyway. Hey Dallas, thank you, man. I need it. I always use good luck. I'd rather be lucky than have a license to steal. And I got to take off some more clothes. Yeah, Lee is hot. I like this back current here, though, Charles. And got a point right there to my left, about 100 yards. I could go fish the point. I might do it later on. I don't know. I'm gonna let this thing down, son, and change the angle a little bit, and get some of the glare off of this camera. Now the current is pulling it pretty hard. I kind of like that. Yeah, it might have been a tub. CP, you still in here? Let me see what that says. Yeah, when I came up on the levee this morning, I'm about 50 river miles south of Greenville. When I came up on the levee this morning in my truck, a fella standing on top of the levee with a work vest on, a work life preserver. I knew he was off a towboat. I could tell he wanted to talk. So I pulled over to him and I said, "How you doing, man? Y'all having a crew change or something?" He said, "Well, we want to if we can figure out where we are." He's on the towboat. They done put him off on the bank and sent him to walking. And he was on top of the levee. It's a little old community here. It got one little store in it. It does have a little old satellite prison. But he said, "Where am I?" And I told him, he said, "How do you get here in a vehicle from New Orleans?" He said. I said, "Well, you come up 55, I-55." And I told him exactly how to get here. He said, "All right." And he turned around and looked back down at levee. And I said, "You got to go back down the levee?" He said, "Yes, sir. I got to go back to the boat." I said, "Well, come around here and get in." And look now, this old boy's he about my height, I reckon. He weigh about 300. That's a bite. Hey, he like to broke his neck trying to get around, get in this truck. There we go. And when I came down the hill and through the woods and got back here to where the boat was sitting, the captain says, he got a radio. Both, the captain's on the boat. He got a radio. And the captain says, "I know that van can get in here because I see a truck coming." That was me. He came on it, and the captain said, "Yeah, we need to get a hold of that van. It must be a pretty good road because I see a truck. It's a truck coming right here where we are." And that deckhand sitting beside me. He said, "Yeah," I said, "It's a good road." I said, "I'm in the truck." That captain fell out laughing. I pulled him right up there to his boat. And they sitting down the river down there. That was them. You saw the boats down at that grain elevator. They went back down there. I guess they waiting down there. I don't know what they're doing. Yeah, riding's always better than walking. But that old boy, you know, it must be bad to be lost on a towboat. Oh, that sun coming up right behind me. Man, I don't know nothing to do about it. Yeah, I thought maybe I found a spot where there might be some decent fish, but it don't look like I did. There's a lot of fish, but they're just small. I don't know when the big ones are coming up out of them holes. They may not be. They may just be out there. They got their little winter spots and they just lay in there. But the river is still at high 40s temperature wise. It's below 50, but that's not so cold for the blues anyway. Big fish ought to be coming out and feeding somewhere. But all I've done the last 3 or 4 trips is feed them. The little ones just steady bouncing the pole everywhere I go. Wintertime bank fishing on the Mississippi is tough. Tough to find a spot. You just don't have access to enough of the bank to be able to get to the deep holes from the bank. Yep, you're welcome anytime. You know that. I'd love for you to come down here and spend a few days. I need somebody to show me how to fish. Soon as December's over with, I'm gonna get my metal detector out though. I'm gonna be through fishing till spring. Your metal detecting you talking about? Well, there's that bite again. Yeah, I'm in that month-long bank tournament that I paid money to get in. I got to at least try in December. No, I know it. I don't know where Martin is. That telephone number I had for him not any good. I guess on Facebook you might be able to get a hold of him. I don't guess something happened to him. I hadn't heard. Might be able to find him on Facebook. I don't know. Come on, pull the pole down. Quit all that tapping. Lord have mercy. I just soon not get a bite as to get them taps. Hey, Danny. Boy, the glare. Well, let's see. Dog, I can't get where I can see the glass so bad. How y'all? Who y'all looking for? Who y'all looking for? Who y'all looking for? I'm trying to look for a big old blue, but all I found is his little old minnows that he left behind when he came through spring foliage. Tap, tap, tap. Oh, you seen messages from Brian on Facebook? Maybe you can message him some sort of way. Oh, you sent messages. Okay. This sun is shining right behind me, and I'm having a tough time seeing this writing as usual. And Danny Stone has written a book. Sat there all day Sunday on the Mississippi River, and they pecked at them rods all day. Yeah, yeah. Well, that's what's been happening to me the last 3 trips out, Danny. Just peck, peck, peck. I tell you what happens from the bank. This is what's going on. These fish have transitioned to those deep holes. Now, they're not staying in those deep holes because the river's not cold enough yet. But they moved to the edges of those deep holes or down in them at parts of the day or night. Now, this is what I think anyway. And they just coming out every once in a while because they hadn't had a shad kill, hadn't had a fish kill for them to be floating and, falling off in the holes like the dead fish do. And they're coming out and feeding, but they're not feeding but just every once in a while. And you can't get to those deep. I can't anyway down here. I can't get to the edge of those deep holes from the bank. Now, from a boat, that's all different story. But and the little fish, they bite all winter long. I don't believe they got no sense to go. Well, they can't go in a deep hole. If they go in a deep hole, some will eat them. Dog. Let me see. what does that say? That's a good looking Eddie. You fish. Oh yeah, I know it. It's the first time I've ever fished this spot. I've been by it in a boat 1,000 times, well 100 times, but I always looked over here at it, but I never have fished it. So I'm about 50 river miles south of Greenville. River miles. Well, I'm exactly 50 river miles. I think whatever 537 minus 50. Look, see, dink, dink, dink. Whatever 50 from 537 is. I'm exactly within a mile or two of halfway between Greenville and Vicksburg. I'm gonna have to get down there and fish with you sometime. Yeah, man. Spring. I don't. I'm gonna quit fishing at the end of December. At the end of this bank tournament, I'm gonna metal detect till probably April or May. May. I've neglected my metal detecting, and I just don't think from the bank the wintertime be very good. It's proven not to be any good anyway. Of course, I ain't caught but one good fish, and that was at 41, and that was up in the lake. But I got access to a lot of live bait and bullheads and bluegill, and I do know a pretty good flathead spot. I caught 3 there this fall. Wasn't any big ones, but if there's little ones, there's big ones. And when they come back out of the hibernation or whatever they do, I'm gonna fish that spot. Man, this sun is something other. I wish I'd worn some shorts now. Now these northbounds are lined up back down this river as far as I can see. I see 3 coming. Lord.
Which size Marceline? Northbound, just below Myersville Grain. How you gonna want to see me?
Hey, Steve. Charles, I was telling them that earlier that Sunday, let me see, yeah, Sunday, yeah, I fished somewhere around 6 hours, a little more, a little less, I can't remember. And one towboat came by. And I don't know, this morning, I think I'm on 4, and there's 5, 7, and there's a southbound to be 8 today already. They constant. I wonder if I moved a little bit, would it help me any? Moved out closer to the river. It's a different current right there. I have to move about 70 feet. Good flat spot there. But I still have to come back this way if I was to hang a fish, because I can't land him down there, I don't believe. Gonna be touchy right here if I was to hang one. Put it in the seam. Well, I am in the seam. The only thing is the back current seam. And if I hang a fish in that seam out there in that river, I can't do anything with it. I don't believe. But there's a dead spot right there where the current's meeting, where it's starting back around. It's not dead. I mean, it's dead on top, but it's still boiling that right there. I don't know. I'm gonna walk down there a little bit and look. I don't know. I might go down there after a while. Was that the current or did it have a pull on it? Oh, yeah. That's usually what happens. Let's see. No pull. Okay. I'll be glad when that sun gets on up a little bit. I think I'm about out of bait. I guess I could put one of those slide rigs on here and throw out a lot further. There's enough current here to pull the bait on down. I think I can get out there to that boiling, a little bit of boil. I don't know. Let's see. I love just sitting. Damn, it's killing me. Yeah. Hey, laughing cats. Yeah, my partner. Hey, fans. Okay, well, I appreciate y'all dropping in, fans. Fans, are you blue on here? Are you a mod? I think I made 3 or 4 moderators here a week or so ago, but I can't tell whether you blue or not. I think it was 3B and you and I can't remember. I think it was 3 of y'all. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I made him a moderator, and him and 3B should be blue too. Well, I'm gonna reel up and check this bait. Danny, there's that slide, Ray. I don't know if you can see it. That's all it is to it. Pretty simple. except when you try to snatch it, lay it up the bank, keep it from getting hung in the rocks, and you whirl it around the end of the line and pole about 3 times. And your eyes ain't good enough to tell which way it's wrapped. Yeah. All right. Let's go. Let's see. Is your hook on the slide? Oh no, it's on the main line. Look, all you do is you put a sinker slide on your main line. Just put it on there. Then you put a piece of tubing, and then you tie your hook. And then you go back to your sinker slide and drop your weight off of the bottom of your sinker slide a foot or two, a couple of feet. That's all it is to it. It's real simple. Hey, Big Matt. Yeah, it's real simple. You put the sinker slide on, you put a piece of tubing, 4 inches, 8 inches, 10 inches, as long as you want it, depending on how swift the current is. Tie your hook on the end of your line, go back to your sinker slide, tie your weight on. With a lighter test, monofilament, so it'll snap off if it's in the rocks. And if you notice, when I cast, I held the pole up in the air high, and that's to let the weight, when I feel that weight hit in the rocks, and I start, I reel it slack, and that keeps the hook up out of the rocks or whatever might be out there. Let me see. Yeah, you watch the video. No, no, the hook is tied to the main line. That's the only critical knot on the whole situation. But hey, man, that's the only critical knot, is the one on the hook. I don't even have a swivel on this hook. I just got the hook tied straight on the end of the line, main line. Nothing to it. But if you hold that pole up in the air, you can feel that weight when it hits the bottom. And then you kind of reel a little bit of slack out when you put it in the rod holder, and your weight is the only thing that's close to the bottom. If you're in rocks or tree stumps or whatever. I tell you, I think you'll love it if you get a hold of you some little old tubing. Aquarium tubing works. That's what I started out using. Let's see. Yeah. Yeah. And you using, I think you said you're using a 3-way or something like that. I think that's what you said. Heck, I can't remember. I talked to so many people. There's hustlers just everywhere you throw out there. There's a hustler. I like it because the fish don't feel the weight. They're pulling against only the pole. They're not pulling against the weight. Unless they come to you. Now, if they come to you. But I've caught a lot of fish coming to me. The pole bends. Let's see. I'm talking about feeling for the. Oh yeah, okay. That's the reason I don't use spinning rods, cause I never been able to feel the bottom with one. Don't many people down here use spinning rods to fish in the river. So you can't ever. I can't feel the bottom with one of them. Yeah, that's right. Feeling for the bottom.
All right, got you fine. See you on the one. Thank you, Marco. Captain Tom Brown. Keep it all the same with everybody. One whistle for everybody, okay? Thank you,
Okay, yeah. All I know about them, I never owned a spinning rod, but I was fishing with I took a girl from Sheridan, Arkansas, a lady fishing, and she had 2 spinning rods, and we were anchored. We were in my boat, and you don't have to cast, very far when you're in a boat. And I dropped my weight out there, flipped it out there, and it went down. And I felt the bottom. I put it in a rod holder, and I looked over at her, and she was steady fooling with that thing and letting line out and letting line out. And I said, "Puppy, what are you doing?" She said, "I'm trying to." She's bouncing the poles. I'm trying to see if I'm on the bottom. she must have had out 150 yards of line. I said, let me see that dang pole. And so I reeled it back up all the way and let it back down, and I never could feel the bottom. Where with my pole, I could feel it when it hit, you know. And I told her, I said, you're going to get rid of these things if you're going to fish in this river. Well, they eventually got them a boat. Her and her husband got them a boat, and they fish all casting reels now. They don't. They did away with them spinning rods. Yeah, they 3B. Are you blue? Are you a moderator in here? You supposed to be. But I've never owned a spinning rod. I don't know anything about it. I mean a spinning reel. I know you can throw them to the next county. That's all I know. See. Yes, sir. Okay. Yeah, I thought I made you a moderator one day. Been a while. Oh, we got another big boy coming down. I don't know how many loads he got. Good gosh. I got one right here beside me, pushing all empty. Look at these hustlers. Just bite, 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 bite. Sick of it. I'm going to have to go try to catch some skipjack. Look like I'm going to run out of bait here in a minute at this rate. Let's see. Hey, Big Dan. How you doing, man? Appreciate you swinging through. Boys, we got a monster coming down the river right yonder. Lord have mercy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7, 8 wide. He is a big one. Yeah. Lord have mercy. CP, we got one coming down there. Oh, come on, Steve. There got to be at least one decent sized fish out there that can grab that pole and go with it. Oh, that must. CP, I don't know if you're still here, but we got one coming down. It's 8 wide. The best I can tell from here. Yeah, 8 wide. I ain't seen an 8 wide. Ooh, long. Uh-oh. What happened there now? Yeah, it's rising. We got, I don't know, we got about 5 or 6 more feet coming down. We got a total of close to 10-foot rise. Lord. Now that's the weight rolling, I think. I'm pretty sure it is. That's a weight rolling there. Yeah. I know. 1, 2, 3, 4. Uh, 6, 7, 8. Yeah. He, yeah, he wide for sure. Funny. I'm, uh, I moved, I moved that camera over to the right, to my right side, and the signal went away. Maybe fixing to lose it all together. I was gonna try to show y'all that boat swinging in by the bank over here to get out of the way. Yeah. If I still got it, if I got it back now, the glass so bad on the picture, I can't. Put the camera back there. It's back. Is the picture is still frozen? It shows live, but I can't tell what's up. Back. Okay. When you got Oh, why only one rod? Uh, I'm lazy, and I'm bait poor today. I hardly. I, I don't like fishing all those rods. I got five, but I just I don't know. I just don't like fishing a whole bunch of rods. Have that second one out, but I just don't. I just don't care about having all the rods out. Just it's my personal preference. Uh, yeah, see, I guess because I fished so many years, lost more fish due to using braided line, but and no more. Well, these little bitty fish here, I could be fishing 25 rods, and all I'd be doing is rebaiting. Looks like. Yeah, well, no need to lie about it. Only kind of fishing I've ever done. When it happens in an instant, and a it can be a monster. And you can sit here all day and sit somewhere all day and fish 25 different spots out of a boat, not do anything. Then all of a sudden you drop one or two poles down, and they try to tear the back end out of the boat. So I learned that one rod, one or two at the most, is all I wanted to deal with. And only one time in all the years I fished did I land two 40-pound fish at the same time. And that was That was quite a feat.
Tom Brandon, Maryland. Looks like we're gonna meet right there at the elevator. Is that all right? I just got 2 empties strung out at the table. Elevator, see you on the 1.
Well, he got that bait, I reckon. That hole out there must be full of little fish. All right, let's see what he said. Boy, the sun is shining. I need to be fishing in Arkansas. Did the tow ever get where you could tell? Yeah, he had 40. He was 8 wide, 5 long. He had 35 loads and 5 empties on one side. He was pushing 40. Well, if I put this skipjack head on, that'll give him something to worry with for about 45 minutes anyway. Because I know the bait's gone. Worse. Well, I might as well get up and reel it in because the hook's empty. Fishing on the credit. Oh, these towboats. One right behind the other. No bait. that skippy head on there. All right, let's see how long it takes them to start biting that skip head. I say about 3 minutes. Let it rolling a little bit. I guess a little fish scared of that head. They're sitting there getting their nerve up.
Okay, yeah. Oh, he's by there.
Well, that's good. No nibbles. I like that. Maybe a big fish slip around there and find it. If there's any big fish out there to find it. The little fish must be scared of that head. Looks like it. There it is. Nibble, nibble.
Tom Brown northbound coming up on Miller Landing. A couple empty strung out. The Captain Tom Brown.
So now I know what they call that grain elevator up there, Miller Landing. How about that? Learn something new every day. Somebody coming in the truck, boat, survey boat. I don't know if that's a survey boat or I believe that's a maintenance boat fitting to work on a towboat or something. I ain't never. It looked like a company rig, towboat company. I believe it's colored. It's colored up like the co-engineer's boat.
Brown and Eileen Bigelow. They're coming up to Miller Landing with a couple empties. Just don't want to overstep my welcome there. If you want me to check back with you or try to set something up now. Appreciate you. The Captain Tom Brown. Captain Tom Brown, Frank Holloman. If I cross over, get back on the two whistle, or do I need to do anything special for you?
Is this thing still broadcasting or is it frozen up? I ain't seen any movement in a while. I can't even tell how many people's in here, if it is anybody in here. Glare so bad on it from the sun. Chuck Cohen ring said something. You good? Okay. Those little fish don't know what to do about that head. Let's see. It says here, watching. Watching. Yeah. Okay, 3B. Well, there sure ain't much to see. Towboat traffic, that's about it. That little boat that just came by here going northbound is fishing to cross over down there. I doubt y'all can see it from, but he came down the right bank. He finna get over on the left bank now. He's going all the way across the river behind this little boat coming down because he got a southbound coming. They doing some high stepping in that curve up there. There's a lot of traffic today. Boat traffic, towboat traffic. Bike, bump, bump.
crank home and do your thing, man. I appreciate you letting me keep coming.
Come on, fish. Well, one thing about it, when you throw that, pretty much. There must not be anything out there but a bunch of little fish. There's a little tap. They don't know what to do with that head. They're little hustlers. Oh man, I can't see that. I just can't read this writing with this glare. I see Buck Williams said something back up there. I can't see it. I can see the water move and stay. Okay. I don't know how long ago that was. Had to been a while. This glare gets so bad on this phone. In the daytime, I just can't see it. Good old Sprite. Current pulling that pole pretty good now. Maybe to wash a big fish in here. I sure need for it too. It would tickle me. Ladybug. Hey, CVA. It got cloudy, and now I can see the chat. Hey, man. Appreciate you swinging through. Hey, Annette. How you doing, young lady? Come on, fish. Hit a lick. Hit a lick. Hit a big lick. Heck. There you go. Oh, that current tugging on that line now. I hope they ain't got a bunch of leaves and stuff hooked to it. That's always possible on a rise. Always possible. Strong undertow out there. It don't show that strong on top, but it must be pulling pretty hard under down deep. They got that line, that pole bent over pretty good. I tell y'all something that don't know anything about the Mississippi River. We got 10 foot of rise coming, and we about halfway through it right now, about 5 feet. And normally on a fast rise like that, the river be full of trash and stuff. Logs, trees. And I see my first log coming down out there now that I've seen since the water started coming up back, I guess, Sunday, I reckon. It's Saturday, maybe. I don't know. It's funny. Usually the river be trashed up, trees, sticks, foam, and all that. Had a little tap. But for some reason, it's not anything coming down. No trash. Especially after all that wind and storms that went across the river from Arkansas into Kentucky and Tennessee. I know it dumped a bunch of junk in the river up there. Oh, some terrible storms. Man, I feel sorry for those people. Man, Mayfield, Kentucky. I've been to Mayfield, Kentucky. Been through it a couple of times. Oh man, that's awful. I'm gonna move this camera to right in front of me. See what that does for my vision. Makes it a lot better. There's not much going on down here as far as the fish biting. Oh, mercy. I reckon these fish are doing the same thing I feel like I need to do, and that's take a nap. Sitting here 35 miles from home. Got a shower that needs fixing and a ballast put in the lights in my kitchen, and I'm sitting down here on the riverbank fishing. Gives me a sick feeling every time I think about having to go do something. Something I don't want to do. It's a shame I wasn't born rich instead of so good looking. Hey, Chucky. Had a good fish on Creek. What now? Creek what? Fish on Credit. Yeah. Oh, Credit. Yeah. Oh, there was a bunch of little old bitty ones out there tapping. They not bothering this skipjack head too much. He's hitting it every once in a while. They can't do much with it. Too hard for them. It takes a good fish to bite. Generally speaking, you'll catch more big fish on a skipjack head here than you will any other kind of bait, but you also lose more fish on the head. Sometimes they just don't get the hook because that head is so hard. I wonder if CP is still in here. I was going to ask him a question in front of all of y'all. CP, you still here? All right. Look, I don't want you to name any names if you know any names. But please tell these folks, I don't know how many's in here, 5 or 6 probably. Have you ever seen an ugly woman? I mean, a real ugly woman. And if you have, tell us about it. Tell us about how ugly was she, if you've ever seen one. Uh, 3B, me and CP saw something I bet you ain't never seen. I doubt anybody's ever seen it, but me and CP, and we witnessed it. We saw we saw a man get thrown out of his tent, and his wife threw all his clothes out in the campground, kicked him out a tent. Ah, I doubt if anybody's ever seen anybody get kicked out of the tent. I've seen people get kicked out of the house. Yeah, I've been kicked out of the house, but I ain't never been kicked out of the tent. And your wife throw all your clothes out. But me and CP saw it. We witnessed it. That's a pretty good load going down there right there. That was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5. No, that's not but 20, but most of them loaded. Hey, Kathy. Yeah, let me try to see what he said. This glare. Let's see, 3B said. Oh, Lord, Kelly, it ran up the hill on me. I missed what you said. Did you? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, man. And this husband and wife were sharing a campsite with a friend of ours from South Louisiana. He lives down at, I believe it's Abbeville, down below Lafayette. And he was there in a little small one-man tent. And she was raising so much hell and screaming so loud over in that campground and cussing her husband and throwing his clothes. When she went back in that tent to get another load of stuff, he grabbed his tent by the center pole up at the top, and he come running down the hill dragging his tent and all his gear in the other hand. And that tent looked like somebody with a dirty diaper holding it. Was drooping in the bottom. And he was running down the hill trying to get out of that campsite. And he came down the hill to the road and just stopped and set up his tent right on one of by the street in the campground. But that tent looked like a dirty diaper when he was running down the hill dragging it, trying to get out of that campsite and get away from all that noise, that cussing. Boy, she was raising $100 worth of hell. Hey, Alvin Lewis. And man, you talking about an ugly woman. Woo. The worst I've ever seen in my life. Yeah, you should have seen it. It was it was quite an event. Got thrown out the tent in the middle of the day. That woman's that woman's knees looked like it looked like a softball. No, not the biggest softball, about like a baseball that you drill two holes in and stuck a mop handle, a broom handle in the bottom of each one. But that's what a man that oh, that was a bad looking thing there. No, really, 3B. I think the husband probably had a good day because she run him off, and I think he was glad to go. I would have been. she, she just like CP said. She threw that. It's a big old boy too. She threw that big old pair of blue jeans out, and they caught air and they just kind of glided to the ground. Oh man. The campground had a little bitty knoll in the middle of it, not a hill, just kind of a uphill. And we were on one side, me and CP was on the other side, a bunch of other folks was on the other side, and there's a bunch of them up and down that knoll. We had about that whole campground. I think it's 21 sites. And I think we had that whole campground taken up. And these two folks showed up, and they had two kids with them. I think they were hers. I don't think they were his. And he was off doing something. I don't know. He was in the campground, but he was off somewhere she didn't think he ought to be. She come out there, standing out there hollering for him, hollering, and he never would answer. Man, she acted like she was the only person in the whole place. And then she went to cussing. And the more she cussed, the madder she got. She went back up that tent and started throwing his stuff out. And our buddy from South Louisiana, he was up in there. He showed up, and over there to his little tent they were sharing. He run around there, pulled them stakes up, and grabbed that tent in the middle and took off down that nose, dragging that dirty diaper-looking tent down the hill. Oh gosh. No, she sure didn't. She she was bad looking, rough looking. Yeah. Me and CP was sitting across the street over there at our campsite. I don't know. I think we might have been sipping on some coconut rum or something. I don't know. We were sitting there watching all that mess. It unfolded right in front of us. But our buddy from South Louisiana, he about as nice a guy as there ever was. I mean, he's a super nice guy, crazy about it. He got caught in the middle of all that. Mm. Yeah, buddy. We sure were. It was quite a show too. And you talking about some foul language? That guy was spouting some words out across that whole campground. Lord have mercy. Wonder they didn't come kick her out. I know it. Man. Ooh, I know it. I don't know what he was had on his mind. All right, the current's eased up out there some now. The pole's standing up again. I don't know. This looks like a fantastic play, and I believe it is any other than one time. I believe the water's too cold. Just don't believe these fish are moving in these kind of places like this. I believe they'd be in here in the summertime though. I'm kind of tickled with this play, but wintertime rough to fish the bank in the wintertime on the Mississippi. Yeah. Yeah, it went downhill from there. Yep. Come on, fish. But there was a truck up here on the hill or something. I keep hearing the vehicle. Here's something. Okay, in a few minutes. Okay, Danny. Thank you for coming in, man. I just saw that. Something tells me I ought to pick up and move down this hill a little bit and get out there to a little different spot. I guess I could carry this camera and set it down there and see what it's going to do. I believe I will. Y'all be patient here for a minute and see what's going to happen when I move this deal. May lose signal and everything else. But we're going to go down here and see. Still holding right now. All right, is it still holding that pretty good? Look like it is. All right, let me go get my pole, though. Still broadcasting? Yeah, I guess so. All right, let me see what I can do here. Might not get my pole, my rod holder in the ground here. Back up some. Might put a rock there. Put behind it. Try to hold it down. Don't want to lose the pole. Yeah, hold it. To back it up a little bit. Right there, maybe. Mm-hmm. I don't know what we got here. I would have a snafu. But we're going to see. Oh, we're going to see. Now, let me tilt this camera back. I better raise it up a little bit. That's good right there. I have to raise it on up some more. Man. And my towboat buddy's coming back that I gave the ride to. Let's see. We'll see what happens here. Different current. And I don't know what would happen if I was to hang a fish. Because I don't know what the next step's going to be. Still a good flat spot. I was hung that last time. Lost weight. But I made quite a few yesterday. So it wasn't a big deal. Dang, I forgot to stomp that, mash that skipjack head. Dadgum. Tighten the line up a little bit. I'm sitting so close to the pole, you can't hardly see the water down there. That show I put on that night on that slick bank with that 41 pounder ain't gonna be nothing compared to this. Because this rock's all the way down to the water right here. I don't know if I could ever get him back down yonder to where I was to land it. I may have to take my pistol and just shoot him. Ugh, I shouldn't have said that. I don't think it's gonna matter much, but a little different water, different current too. I sure should have mashed that head, son, on these rocks. I forgot to. I meant to and forgot all about it. I think I got 2 pieces of bait left after this. I don't know. I smell a skunk. Not a fishing skunk. A 4-legged kind. Mm. I'm gonna turn this camera down a little bit and let y'all see the. All right, there's the point around the corner there, and there's the downstream current. Panning back around here a little bit. And here I am. Well, I tell you, that water's deep right out there. That line going about a 45-degree angle off the end of that pole. Yeah, that's pretty deep right out there. Now the good thing about this spot right here, I can back my truck right to it and sit in the back, sit in the tailgate, on the tailgate. Come on, fish, bite, big fish. I like this spot even better. See, man, good smooth. There ain't no way it's any fish in here. I can back my truck to right here. This is that transition spot where the water breaking, going both directions, left and right. I guess that means it's taking that scent in both directions off of that head. I reckon. That's what I would guess. Troy. You Oh, signal. That towboat sitting right out there. I bet you they on the telephone. Using the Wi-Fi or something. Hey, Lisa Lee. Lisa Lee Elliott, Miss Catfish Regulator, and all come on, Signal. Quit all that mess. Doing pretty good. No, I had a bunch of little old taps. I just moved, I don't know, 7,500 feet out closer to the channel, to the main channel. Back over there where I was, I got a bunch of taps, but that quit about I put a skipjack head on and threw out, and the taps quit. I don't know. Bunch of little fish. Yeah, I know it, Chuck, CP. Nothing I can do about it though. If it comes and goes, comes and goes. It's a towboat sitting here. They dropping these guys off. And I think that I was telling you about picking that fella up on the levee. I think they're finally making their crew change, and it's a towboat sitting out there about 150 yards. And I think the Wi-Fi off of those towboats mess up my weak signal. I believe. I don't know that. Yeah. Well, at least I think it's still back to what you told me a week or so ago, that I got this fishing part down pat, but I got to start working a little bit more on the catching part. I do some fine fishing. I just don't do any catching. I, I remember that. Yeah, I'm a fine fisherman. Fine, fine. Yep. That's funny. That's all right. May. And we're gonna see. I bet I lose signal when this boat gets up closer to me. That old boy that was coming, he must have been. If he was coming from New Orleans, he must have just left New Orleans. I've been just leaving. Oh, he did. Stuck you all the way to the bone. Sure did. No, it's really cloudy, Lisa. So then the sun came out, and then it's funny how they move, but 75, 100 feet, and the wind blowing out here. Feels good though. CP, other than I'm not catching any fish, boy, this is a great place to fish. You'd be in hog heaven right here. You back your truck to right where I'm sitting. Come on. I moved a little bit, moved about 100 feet out towards the river current, but nothing's happened so far. I'm gonna let this thing down where I can see the chat and tilt the camera up. Y'all Now the signal back. Oh, they okay. They're not making very much wake at all up in this pocket around this corner here. The signal kind of fading in and out, it looks like. Just part of it when you're trying to live stream with not much signal. Let's see what she says here. Any problem from this? Oh, no. It, we were under tornado watch from 5 o'clock in the afternoon, but the radar showed us wasn't going to get the bad stuff until about 3:30, 4 o'clock in the morning. And it had already hit Mayfield and Monette, Arkansas. I was watching the storm chasers, Reed Timmer, chasing it all the way across through Jonesboro, Arkansas, and all that, and then across the river. And, well, you know what it did to Mayfield and up there in southern Illinois and Leachville. I think it's Leachville, Arkansas. So my wife told me that I wasn't gonna get any. I had to stay up and watch it for the storm. So I stayed up until about 11:45, and I went to bed and set my clock for 3:30. So that's when I figured it's gonna be here. Well, I woke up. I got up at 3:30, and I could hear it rumbling and all. And I went outside under the carport, and it was spitting about 1 or 2 drops here and there, rain. And the lightning wasn't a streak lightning. It wasn't streaky. It was just way up high lightning. It didn't look bad to me at all. And I stayed on the carport till, I don't know, 4 o'clock, something like that. Watching the radar on my telephone. I said, the heck with this. There wasn't any purple in it. It was just a little bit of red, green. It was patchy too. So I went back in the house and went to bed. and it didn't ever do anything here. I feel so bad for those folks up there in Arkansas and Kentucky and Illinois. Golly, that was bad. That little town of Mayfield, it just more or less wiped it out. Hey, Jeremy. But it wasn't much to it here. Been in a lot worse. We didn't even get that killing much rain. You 100 pounds they deserve. Oh, I don't know about that. I don't know if I would want to hassle. I hung a couple in my younger days that I couldn't do anything with then, so I don't know. Yeah, I don't even know if I want to catch another 70-pound fish. Oh yeah, I do. No need of line. But I don't know if I could get him on the bank by myself. 70 from what? Oh yeah, by yourself. I wouldn't doubt it wouldn't be impossible, Charles. I don't know. I got a net with a long handle in it, but I don't know if I could. I don't know. That 41 wasn't any problem at all, except for the slick ground. But I don't know. I don't know. Probably end up losing all my fishing line. That's probably what had happened when he took off out across that river, and I couldn't do anything with it. Yeah, I guarantee you, 70 from the bank would be pure D hell. No, no. At least I was born at night, just not last night. I ain't going in this river. I don't care if it's a world record out there on the line. No, indeed. I might fall in, but I ain't going in on purpose. That's for sure. That 41 I caught in that night in that mud, that's I believe that's the biggest fish I ever caught up from the bank. I believe it is. YouTube, I know, fish. if my old buddy Chuck Coyne ran too much business. Lisa, you laughing about that, and I was laughing about going in the river. I did see an old man. I got pictures of it. I don't have pictures of him in the water, but I got pictures of him standing on the bank, right, not very far from where I caught that 41 in that rain that night. He was fishing with he used I don't know, about a 12-foot casting rod. He was on the sandbar, and he'd been pulled out of a boat, and he had gone and bought a big old Polarcraft boat. But him and his son is my age. Yeah, his son about my age, maybe even a little older. So, and this old man was a little old skinny fella. And I came in off the river in my boat one day, and him and his son was standing over there on the river, on the sandbar, drenched. You could tell he had on a pink shirt and khaki pants, had them pants rolled up, barefooted, shoes over there and socks over there on the ground. And I told my boss, I said, look at him. I said, that's the old man I was telling you about, got snatched out of the boat a few years ago. I said, he been in this river. I said, I bet he done caught another big fish. So we pulled in by their boat. They had put a boat in and just pulled into this sandbar. And Bill was his son's name, and Bill was laughing when he saw me. And he had caught I think it was 64-pound flathead. And he wasn't the kind of fella to use a drag. He tightened that drag down on that spinning reel with a pair of pliers. Man, he wouldn't turn loose, and you could see the skid marks where he was sitting down. His heels was making a mark, and his butt was covering it up. Where that fish done drug him off that sandbar out in that water. And his son ran and got in the boat and went out there and grabbed him by his shirt, by his neck, behind his neck there on his collar. And that man held him, and he landed that fish right there. And his son got the fish, put his hand in his mouth and got him over in the boat, and then drug his old daddy up in the boat, and they pulled him back over to the sandbar. And now, that's about as true story as I ever told. And I said, well, Bill, how big is the fish? And he said, we don't know. We ain't got any scale. And they had him on a stringer. They kept everything they caught. And he pulled that fish up, man. That was the biggest flathead boy, it was big. And I said, well, I got some 100-pound scales here. And so we weighed the fish, and he weighed I believe it was 64 pounds. And they didn't even have a camera or anything. And I had a 35 millimeter camera at that time. And I took 6, 7 pictures. And I had triplets made of the pictures. And I kept a set, and I gave Bill a set, and I gave the old man a set. And so the family's got them. They got both Bill and the dad is dead now, but I ran into one of the grandsons here a couple of years ago, and he recognized me. He was just a young fellow then. And it's me. I flathead my grand I said, yeah. For good then. He said yeah. Well, I knew those guys. Them, it was about 5 or 6 of them, and myself were the only guys around that fished all year round. We fished all winter too. I'd see them out there all year long, all winter long, and I always stopped and visited with them. They were nice guys. They were drywall. They put up sheetrock, and they loved to fish. But when you were coming in downwind from them, there was a special aroma in the air and it wasn't cigar smoke. I put it that way. When you could smell them, you could smell them. It wasn't the old man. It was them younger, them guys my age, them 60s children. You could smell them a half a mile down that river. And they was burning them roaches, boy. But that's all right too. To each his own. Didn't bother me. They didn't. They just out there fishing. Well, they was fishing and farming because you see them parked in some, and they better seldom fished out of the boat. They pulled up on the bank. You come by and it'd be 4 of them out there fishing, and you come back by and it'd be 3 of them out there fishing. So they were fishing and farming at the same time up in the woods. I guess that was their sideline income was when they wasn't working. Well, something got to happen here. I got to do something with this bait. I'm sick of this. I know I'm hung up, but I'm gonna reel it up and see. We're gonna lose it all this time. I believe the hook's on. Yep, that's what you call time to re-rig. I knew for some reason I wasn't getting any bites or anything. Well, I gotta go down here and get my bag. been sitting there all this time with that bait down in the rocks where the fish couldn't even think about getting to it. That's terrible. And I knew it too. Just didn't want to admit it. Yeah. Get over here and retie. Cut off some of this bad line. What I can feel already. Must be a lot of rocks out there. Cut this line right here. Get that out of the way. Give me a sinker slide. Piece of tubing. Give me an Uncle Lou's circle hook. Put that old Palomar knot on there. Come on, man. Spit on it. Put it up good and tight. And cut me a piece of weight line. Make this one look longer here and see. Help myself out a little bit right here. Come on here now. Find me a weight. Too heavy. Too heavy. Just right. I don't mind the idea of losing the weight. I hate the idea that my bait been out there down in them rocks the whole time. Well, I've been sitting here running my mouth. That gave me a case of the heartburn. A bad case. See if I can get it out there without it flying too far apart. All right. I believe I did a pretty good job of keeping that hook out of the stuff there then. That weight is hung. It's some revetment of rocks and stuff out there. But that's all right. As long as the hook's up above it. Let's see what happens now. Okay. Thank you. What'd she say? Shovel her car out. She must have had a big snow. I guess she did. Man, it get much hotter. I'm gonna take the knife to the sleeve on this shirt. Got about 6 inches. And it climbing, not amusing. Oh, it's snowing out right now. Lord have mercy, girl. Well, good luck with that. Oh, 6 inches of snow down here and the whole state shuts down. We can't handle 2 inches. In fact, we can't even handle a threat of snow. Come on, fish. Well, I know that weight's hung. I just hope that hook is. I put a long leader to that layer, to that weight. I hope that bait's out of the rocks. I hope. No way to tell till you, if you don't get any bites for a while. Well, the sun come out and I can't see now again. What it's like if the camera's turned. Let me turn the camera right and see. That's probably a little better. A little bit better. Let's see. Got it, y'all. Yeah. I don't know. I ain't got much stock in that. With the current out there, that undertow out there, I don't know what a float does. I put a long leader line to the lead that time, and it may still be in the rocks. Who knows? Let's see, what's that say? Rings? Going rings, okay. Yeah, theoretically, if it wasn't for that undertow or the current out there, theoretically that float would work. But this current here is, you know how it is down there. You don't know what it's done. The way I look at it, just more stuff to lose. And the more float you got, the more weight you got to use, the less casting distance you can get with that without breaking your leader line. It's all relative. My best luck has come from long leader lines to the weight, and hope the bait is up above the rocks that it's hung in, because that lead is hung right now. I might be throwing out too far. I don't know. But I know if that bait's down in them rocks, you ain't gonna catch a fish. I know that much. Yeah. Need a DuPont spinner. We'll find out if there's any fish out there with a DuPont spinner. All fish bite a DuPont spinner. Yeah. And go right on to jail. In Essequina County, Mississippi. Lord have mercy. That had to be the end of the road there. Well, I'll know more when I come in this time. If the line is hung up too, the main line, Had to be some adjustments made here. And I'm thinking it is because I figured I'd have gotten a bite by now. CP, I was standing over here when I casted that time. I looked down on the ground and I thought I was looking at a tooth, a petrified tooth. Had all the markings and shape and color and everything. Looked down, walked over there, looked at it real close. There's two spark plugs tied together. Looked just like a tooth, petrified tooth laying there. Yeah, you come bail me out. Yeah, if it's the right time of the month and you got $20 in the damn bank, otherwise I'll have to wait till you get paid or something. Man, I can't be going that route. You come down and visit me. I ain't never been locked up. I don't really want it to ever happen. I don't trust you, CP. You wouldn't come bail me out. You'd come blow the wall out and get me out. Jailbreak. And then we'd be two on the run. Tell you one thing, though, Charles. Right here where I'm sitting, it's some fine gravel mixed in these rocks. Right out here where I'm fishing. You know what that big gravel means. And it's blowing up out this hole right out here in front of me. Mansion labor. Okay, Charles. It's manual labor tough, ain't it, girl? That's what I mean. You'd blow the wall out and I'd walk out of jail. You wouldn't? I know what you do. You leave me in there to rot. Hey, George Ray. Hey, Lisa Lee, I can't scroll back. Are you still here? I want to tell you a story about this deep snow. Let me see if she's still in here. Talking about manual labor. She's in Reno, Nevada. I believe that's right. I want to tell you a story, Lisa, if you're still here. Keep that mess over there. Yeah, correct. I'm going to tell you a story about snow, Lisa. 34 years ago, I found my biological father. He lived in Northern California. Well, anyway, I went to see him first time on my 40th birthday. He told me I had two sisters in Vermont. He was from Vermont. So that winter, I had to go to New Jersey to a company meeting, and I arranged to go on a Thursday, and you get cheaper tickets, airplane tickets, when you stay over the weekend. So the company was fine with it. So I went to Vermont. They picked me up in Albany, New York. And so we visited, and I was 10 years older than one of them and 7 years older than the other one. I'm the oldest in the family. So they were showing me pictures of this, that, and the other and everything. And she showed me a picture of a pink ribbon, a big pink bow laying on top of the snow out the back door of her house. And I said, that's a pretty picture. Why'd you take her? But why did you go out? Why did you put a pink ribbon out there on the snow and take a picture of it? It was a big bow, like on a Christmas present, big bow. And she said it's tied to the antenna on the car. I said, what? that's how that's how they marked the car. They had one car in the garage, which that didn't help because they couldn't get out, and the other one was sitting in the driveway, and they let the antenna all the way up on the car, however far up it was sticking, and tied a pink bow on it. And it looked, in the picture, it just looked like a boat laying out there on the snow. You couldn't even tell it was a car there. I said, let me get back to Mississippi. Somebody just came bouncing down the hill. I don't know what that's all about. I didn't even turn around and look. I believe they're pulling a boat trailer, though. Charles, deer season open in Mississippi? Duck season or something? I know it is. Bound to be. Oh, that was that boat that put in earlier. Somebody stayed in the truck. They was just backing the trailer in. Yep, I believe that hook there is down in the rocks too. Because I would have surely gotten a bite by now with these little old fish out here. No, I don't hear any shooting. Yeah, you can get over that snow quick. Well, are you gonna move to North Carolina, or is Aaron gonna move to Reno, or what have y'all? Is that, or should I even be asking? I'm assuming y'all gonna get together at some point, somewhere. Oklahoma's about halfway, I guess, or western Arkansas. North Carolina. Okay. Okay, good. Well, welcome to the South, girl. We'll be glad to have you. Oh no, that was somebody putting a boat in. Well, that guy there going to the towboats up there. That's a crew boat. I believe that hook's hung in the rocks too. I do. Well, nothing to do but see. No. Nothing biting. Nothing biting. All right. Get over here where I know it's gonna get hungry. I'm gonna see what that does. Fish just not over here. All the little fish back to the right where I came from, I guess. Because I wasn't hung. Oh my goodness. I got a lot of hours invested in this bank fishing not to be catching any fish at all. Well, I see another log coming down. That's the second one. It ain't really a log. It's a branch, look like. Or alligator. Damn, that don't look like an alligator. Seems to me like I can see a tail move. That ain't good. Staying mighty straight to be a stick. Tom and Aaron got beavers, and I'm trying to have an alligator. I can't. I wish I could get one out 75 more yards. I can't launch them that far. I was just looking at that. I don't know if y'all can see it out there or not. I thought there was an alligator coming down the river. It's a log. I don't think y'all probably can't see it. Hey, Chucky. Well, I have seen them before. More than one occasion. There's plenty of them out here. I was fishing one Sunday afternoon. Sun was shining, and the temperature was just right, and I stretched out on the boat seat. And next thing I know, I was asleep. And I woke up to the clicker going off on my pole in the rod holder there. When I raised up, it was an 8-foot alligator right beside the boat, going right down beside the boat. I said, Lord. And I know he was 8 feet because my boat was, I had an 18-foot boat. And he was so close enough I could see where he was on the back of the boat in the front, up at the front deck. And when I got home, I took a tape measure and measured it. And it was between 7.5 and 8.5 feet, roughly. He was just swimming along. And I had a little old channel cat on the pole. Yeah, they all the way for sure. At least I was fishing with a fella down south of Vicksburg. He's from Louisiana. He's a friend of mine in Charlie. He got a fishing camp down there, and I was spent the weekend, and we was going. We had to put in a chute and go out to the river. And going out that morning, we counted 21. And coming back in that evening, we counted 23. Lord have mercy. We had to travel about, I don't know, about 2.5, 3 miles of that chute to get to the river. About 3 miles, I guess. That thing was full of gators. And right across the river from that is a little river comes into the Mississippi called the Big Black River. And we used to go up to Big Black and fish at night. And man, the big old red eyes everywhere. They swarm. I mean, it's just, they everywhere on the Big Black across the river from where I was that day. That's Father Christmas. Ho, ho, ho. Merry Christmas, everybody. Merry Christmas to you too, Father Christmas. Hey, Rez. Well, I don't know about these fish. I don't know how much more fun I can have. But I hadn't had a single bite here. And this looks like butter water. Mm. Just not doing anything. Yeah. I guess you're right. Nice list. Well, thank you. Yeah, they didn't get the memo. I think I'm with CP on that DuPont spinner. I'm about ready to send them a loud note memo. One in all caps. Oh, man. I reckon that'd get me kicked out of the catfish community, wouldn't it? I know the river's full of grain right here because that's about a mile or so right up yonder the grain elevator, and they've been loading the barge ever since I've been here. And I know it's grain all in the bottom of this river down through here. That may be the reason the fish not biting. They don't have to eat. They just laying there gouging on that corn. All that dust there, that looks like soybeans, though. Yeah, they gouge on soybeans, too. Or gorge, or gouge, or whatever the word is. There's the wind trying to get out of the north. Now, what's that line doing going to the left there now? I wonder what's up with that. Hey, Brian B. I don't know what happened there. That line all of a sudden swung to the left real bad. I guess the current on that changed. Hey, Steve Mosley. Brian B., I watched that video from start to finish on you making all that cheese, macaroni and cheese last night. And of course, I told you I don't eat it. But anyway, I watched the video, put a like on there. And I killed the video and went back on YouTube, and everybody in the country was trying to teach me how to make macaroni and cheese. And they track you like a bloodhound tracks a convict. Yeah. Well, y'all make that stuff sound so good. I want to see. But look, man, when you pour that milk in that boiler on that fire, and then put that other, whatever that dairy product was in there with it, you just don't know how close I came to having to shut that thing down. I can't stand warm milk. I can't even stand the thought of it hardly. Oh man, then you went to melt, and I love cheese now. I can't eat much of it since I had that colon cancer, but I like cheese. But that warm milk is that about got me. I was sitting there laughing at myself. I said, you sit up there watching, and you know you ain't never gonna put a bite of it in your mouth. But I want y'all sure make it sound good. two things I can't handle. It is buttermilk and macaroni and cheese. Lord have mercy. Well, like I said last night in that chat room, I don't know how many years. I couldn't have been over 4 or 5 years old, and I couldn't eat it. Oh, I'm getting a bite. Look at him. How about that? Either there's that spider crawling on that line. One of them little old tappers. I used to not be able to eat them little old English peas. I don't know what y'all call them. We call them English peas. And I still don't eat them, but I can look at them. But I can't even watch anybody eat macaroni and cheese or drink buttermilk. Both of them, man. Yeah, I know it. I hear y'all talking about it all the time. My kids ate macaroni and cheese, but they made it themselves. It wasn't like you make it. It was out of the box, whatever that is. I've never seen my wife eat it. My wife never made it. So she might not eat it either. But John Parker took me talking about butter. Now melted butter, I love melted butter. I can't eat it on a cracker, cold. I don't know. No, I'm not gonna do that. But or cottage cheese. But I like melted butter on a piece of toast or over pancakes or on popcorn. I love melted butter. I don't like it cold. And I actually got a bite right here in this knee spot. But he didn't do nothing but fan his tail at it. There he is again. He's moving that that pole so little, I know y'all can't even see it. Hey, I ain't gonna eat cold ravioli either. But I know somebody can eat it right out of the can. Oh, God, no. I know somebody that can eat fish steaks or whatever that was while they baiting up with skipjacks too. I saw that. Well, I'm gonna turn this camera around and let y'all. I know y'all can see. Can y'all see that dust coming up down there off of that grain elevator where they loading that barge? I don't know if y'all can see it. It's about a mile. They got some serious dust going on down there. Cold ravioli, yeah. You got to have a cast iron stomach, CP. And chase it with coconut rum. CP, what I was talking about couple hours ago, that coconut that Sam got me, it ain't wrong. And it's 84 proof, he said. I'm thinking about making cough medicine out of it. CP, you talking about the cold ravioli? Kay makes German ravioli from her grandmother's recipe. It takes she'll just take a day and make a bunch of it and freeze it. The ravioli is about big around as a small pancake. They delicious. I got one left. I try not to eat them when she cooks them because she works so hard to make them. I've eaten one of them. She told me yesterday that she saved me one. So they are good now. But I heat them up. I don't eat them right out of the pot, right out of the refrigerator. Well, I think I'm gonna reel that line up and put my last piece of bait on there. Or maybe not. He's just sitting there playing with it, little old bitty fish. I'll be a crawfish. Let me see what I got here. We're gonna leave that piece on there and put another in there with it. These fish ain't doing nothing. They ain't doing nothing. Come on. Quick. I had to get that piece of extra line clipped off there. It's bugging me. That tag in too long. All right. Man, there's a log gonna float in and get it on the line, I guess. Right here towards the end. All right, now I got in the current. It's going to the right, going back where I was when I first, before I moved. I didn't get over there in that little fish hole. There's a big old eddy right here. I bet it's 3 or 4 acres, 3 acres anyway. Got to be a hungry fish in there somewhere. All he got to do is sit there behind a rock and wait on the bait to come to him. Real slow and easy. Man, it's so much glare now. The sun come back out. I guess the pole is in the picture. I guess. Oh, quite a bit of little trash out there now. I see 4 or 5 little old sticks floating around. I think the rise is finally getting up and getting some logs and stuff off the bank. foam on the water. Hey, Pontoon Jody. Oh, there's a fish swirl out there. First big one I've seen. See what she says here. Popped in to say hello. Boy, they doing something. Well, appreciate you coming by. Thank you. I've been sitting here about 4 or 5 hours and I ain't caught nothing. Had a couple of bites, a few bites, little taps. The sun come back out and the glare gotten bad again. I'm fishing but not catching. Okay. Yeah, well. And like somebody like Chucky said, just enjoy being out. I guess that's worth something. We got a lot of foam out there on the water now that hadn't been here all day. I guess it's finna jump up pretty quick. Jody, you sitting on the bank or you in your pontoon? You better get on the bank. Aren't you in that bank tournament? I think you are. You don't want to finish behind me. That'd be a disgrace. On the bank. There you go. Well, good luck. I hope you catch her. I don't know, a big one. 5 big ones. Heck. Are you getting any bites to amount to anything? Yeah, I'm in it. Yeah, I don't know why, but I got in it. bought a board, wasted a good note card to make the secret code, paid the $40 entry fee. I had a weak moment. Hey, David, Steve, did you mod and start down to one? Oh, no, I just, I don't, I can't explain it. You're the second person to ask me about that. I don't know. I don't like fishing with over 2 rods. I never have. Don't ask me why. I'm lazy. Don't want to have to fool with all that walking and picking up. But even when I was younger, and I never used over 2 rods. And I got another one over there in the truck, but I don't know. I don't care nothing about all them poles stuck out everywhere. I've lost a lot of fish, a lot of good fish fooling with another pole before. I just don't care nothing about using all them poles. Well, I'm getting that current is really tugging on this line. I hope I'm not harmed. I hope the hook's not harmed. I don't care if the weight's harmed. Yeah, buddy. Yeah. Yeah. Lazy bone. Lazy bone, laying in the sun, laying in the shade. Yeah, there's a song about that. I can't remember how it goes. David Smith, are you a mod in here? Are you one of? Are you a mod? David Smith? If you are, I don't know, I made 2 or 3. If Jody gets picking on me too much, feel free to time her out. Yeah, like I said, if Jody gets to picking on me too bad, feel free to kick her out of here. Cause she's timed me out of 2 different chat rooms before, and she tried to claim she went to sleep. Well, I go to sleep all the time, but I ain't never clocked anybody out of a chat room. That's a lame excuse. I know it. Brian B's macaroni and cheese. There's a bite. Look at yonder, a bite. A whoop whoop. Pull it down to the water. Make me have to chase the pole. Brian B. eats macaroni and cheese. That's not only makes it. I mean, not only eats it, he makes it and does videos about it. Me and John Parker don't approve. Fishy in the brook. Sure wish you'd get on my Uncle Lou's hook. There you go. In a pan. And baby ate him like a man. There we go. I didn't know it was a whole team, a whole rhyme to that. Yeah, okay. The whole thing. There's rain going across the river up north of me quite a ways. Long way. I brought my skipjack pole with me. I should have been out here casting instead of sitting here live streaming. I ain't seen any skipjacks right here, but over there about 200 yards, I've seen them. I've caught them before. Dadgummit. I saw one flipping over there last week. Yep. Bank fishing only, Chuck. CP. What am I? Chuck. CP. Bank fishing only. I told you about it. You could have gotten in it. We could have teamed up. Yeah. It wasn't a $40 entry fee, and you stand a chance to win 30,000. That buy a lot of deer meat. And with all your fishing skills, man, we could have teamed up and that'd have been 15 apiece. No. Oh, Jody. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, I got 3 or 4, Jody. They all of them been in here off and on, and I imagine 3B don't ever get far. $40, Chuck. CP. No, Chuck. I ain't never called you Chuck in my life. $40 CP. I imagine 3B is still around. He usually here from start to finish. Not right now. Are you planning on getting out of line, Jody? For me to need a mod? You stay out of line. Oh, 3B gone? Okay. I'm a mod in somebody's channel, and I don't even know what to do. I don't know how to post links. I don't know how to do any of that mess. But I went to watch him fish. I think it's Realville. I went to watch him fish one night, and my name was Blue. I knew I was a mod, but I didn't know what to do. You talking about the jumping carp, Jody? The big head carp? Yeah, there's millions of them here. Yeah, the Mississippi River's full of them. That's what's happened to our shad population, and then that's what's happened to our skipjack population. Those big head carp eat that plankton all the way their whole life. That's all they eat is plankton. And when they 50 pounds, there's a bite. When they 50 pounds, they still eating plankton. Well, that's what the shad babies eat. And the shad babies is what the skipjack eat. And the first thing to leave is the shad. And then the skipjack leave after that because they don't have anything to eat. And they have really destroyed the shad population in the Mississippi River. Yeah, the big head carp is a terrible deal. Jody, 20 years ago, when I leave to go fishing, I didn't even carry bait. Carried a bait rod. And we pull up to just any numerous number of places that I knew about. And that's not just here. I've caught them up there with CP at Tunica. Caught golden. I caught a few goldeneye up there. And just toss enough. And, you don't have to have that killing much bait to go rod and reel fishing. Never just carried a bait rod and catch a bait that morning and go on and go fishing. And never strain trying to catch it. But you can't do it anymore, not down here. Well, Laughing Cats, I made a statement the other night in Avid's the night before his celebration. It wasn't a celebration. I've been out here fishing since back in the 60s. Other than live bait, the only thing I've ever caught a fish on was skipjack, shad, cut skipjack or cut shad. Now, I've caught fish on live bait, brim, bluegills, whatever, bullhead. I never caught a fish on a piece of cut brim, a piece of cut crappie, a piece of chicken liver. I ain't never caught a fish on nothing in this river but shad and skipjack. And I had one of them old one of them old jumping carps. I fished with it for 2 days, never got a bite. And out of a boat. I had 2 rods out and I just had it on one rod. Just to see. Never caught a fish out of it with it. Now it may get to a point where there's nothing else out here for the catfish to eat. But apparently right now it's still something out there for them because mullet, we got mullet that come up in October. I fished with mullet for 2 or 3 days and never got a bite. No kind of cut carp, no kind of cut brim or bluegills. Never caught a fish. Never. Now I did here when I started this bank fishing a few months ago. I did rush to the grocery store and buy me some chicken. And I did get a bite on the chicken. But other than shad or skipjack, well, goldeneye, I lied, goldeneye, but you don't get very many goldeneye. Goldeneye is really good bait. Oh yeah, Charles, I see you posted that. Yeah, because you were with me the day that we caught the goldeneye. I was with you, I guess. I don't know if we were together or not. I mean, in my boat or your boat. Yeah. No, me either. And you put that mullet on, it stay on the hook all day long. It's like leather. I ain't never caught a fish on it. Never got a bite. And I've only fished with goldeneye 3 times. I only caught them 3 times. And caught them on a skipjack rig. Yeah, in your boat. Yeah. In that old bad hole up there, as it pulled down, tap. In that old bad hole up there north of that boat, Arkansas boat ramp. Battle Axe or whatever they call that place. I think that was the day you was eating them sardines out of that can and baiting with skipjack at the same time. I believe. That was awful. I believe that may have been the same day. I don't know cats. Man, I knew we had them in the river, in Mississippi River down here. I'd heard people talking about them, but I didn't know what they were till I had a buddy from Kansas down here, spent a week with me. He used to come every summer. And matter of fact, we were down here, right around this curve, we were about 4 miles from here, back north. And there's some water coming down out of a ditch up there. It must have been a beaver dam or something. It was trickling down, and the bait fish was working alive right there where it was hitting the river. And we pulled up in there, and I threw the anchor up on the bank, and we went, heck, it wasn't 2 foot water. And I got the bait rod out and went to cast around, and about the first thing I caught was a goldeneye. I mean, I knew what it was when I caught it. 100-pounder out that. Yeah, they in there right now would be a good day to be fishing it too with this water down. But well, it's coming up now. But we fished that run out 4 mornings in a row, and I'd catch 1 or 2 goldeneye and skipjack on every cast with that sabiki rig. And we were putting them on the poles. As soon as I had a gallon of water sitting on the back deck there by the rod holders, and I'd catch 2 and throw them in the water, and we'd bait 1 pole apiece and throw out. And in 4 mornings, we sat there and caught 42 flatheads, fishing in, I guess, 5 foot water. We were just flipping the air, and almost every time you'd break your weight off. I was having to go home at night. We'd go home. He was staying at my house. We'd go home at night, and I'd have to pull lead. But we wasn't using. Heck, we were just using 2 or 3 ounces of weight, just flipping right out the back of the boat. Now none of them were big, 19 pounds or 16 pounds. I can't remember. He caught one, the biggest one. But I'd catch 2, and he'd get 1, I'd get 1, and we'd both either get a fish or a miss. But we caught 42 flatheads in 4 mornings. I had never experienced anything like that in my life. And that's just right up the river here, about 4 miles. Hey, we were putting the boat in before daylight, and it's 35 miles from here to my house on the highway. We were getting up at 4 o'clock, I guess, or 4:15, I think, coming down here. We wore the flatheads out. Just didn't get any big ones. Yeah, that's a good hole, CP. I tell you, that hole up the river from Moon Landing is a good, that ripple hole up there. Well, me and Preacher caught them at 50 something and at 35 that day. That's a good hole. When the water's down, that's a great hole, matter of fact. You get a flathead, Jody? How big is it? Oh, live Jack, you know, he dead by the time you take him off to big. But it didn't matter. We, we was hooking them through the. We hooking them. I'm trying to remember. We were right back out there about 7, 8, 10 feet. Just right behind the boat. I mean, we wasn't even putting the rods in rod holders. We said, yeah, hold them. It was like brimp fish. But I kept a journal every day. And it's all in there. I could go back and tell you exactly the days and everything, what year it was, and fished. He was a flathead fisherman. That's all. He's from Kansas, and that's all he fished for was flathead. Line is tugging. I hope that's current. And, well, I know the bait is up above whatever was out there. So I got a couple of bites. Minnows about 4 inches long, and it was about the same situation. I pulled up into a run out and Bass, them little schools of Bass was all in that run out. And I was getting them on the Sabiki rig. Put them in that same bucket of water. And just getting one out. That's up there when the water, falls out and the water's coming out of those, I don't know, lakes or low spots in the woods and everything. Y'all have runouts of lakes. I don't know what y'all would call them. We call them runouts here. Signal. Yeah. Goodbye.